All right. So like I said, we are recording this meeting. Welcome to our March 2024 State TA Day. This year is kind of flying by. Starting to get really nice down here in Aurora where I'm at. So hopefully you all enjoy some fabulous weather this weekend. So let's see, we have quite a few things to discuss today. I know it's also a busy meeting. We have some rules hearings and things like that. And so we'll make sure that everyone gets all the follow-up materials if they weren't able to attend this meeting. But we're going to go ahead and kick it off with Miss Christy Ressler, who's going to talk to us about some good stuff.
Hey everybody, I'm Christy Ressler. I'm the Stabilization Grants Manager, and on Friday, March 15th, 4 grants opened. Charlie, I'm going to share a tab real quick just to show you this email that went out to all providers in the state. It went out a week before the applications opened, and then again a day before they opened. We have 2 more communications scheduled to go to all providers. One will be next Friday. It'll say you've got 1 week left to apply for these grants, and then there'll be a final reminder 1 day before the applications close. So I'd like to just take a moment to talk through the 4 different grants. The first one is the spring bonus. This grant is only for people that receive stabilization or the new provider success grant. Those grants were running from January of 2022 through September of 2023. So some people have forgotten that they got those grants. That was the big stabilization grant where providers could use the funds towards operations or for workforce. So if they got at least 1 payment of those previous grants, then they can receive this spring bonus. What we're going to do is the application will close on April 12th. We'll see how many people have applied, and then we'll divide up the funding, and that will determine how much the spring bonus will be for each of the providers. The next grant listed on this list is the Health and Mental Health Grant. Just like what happened in round 1, where the grant opened and closed in 5 days, this grant opened and closed in 4 days, just because we had a weekend involved. So obviously the message is that we need more money for health and mental health. I know some providers are disappointed that it closed before they were able to apply, and we had a feeling that this grant would go pretty quickly. We will be working through approvals, and recipients will hear from us mid-April if they got this health and mental health grant. The next grant is the licensing incentive bonus. The purpose of this grant is to get dollars to all new providers, newly licensed providers. This also includes qualified exempt providers through the CCAP program. We have provided some targeted outreach. We're not getting the response that we would like for this grant in particular. So if you can help us get the word out that if anyone is newly licensed, the date goes all the way back to March 11th of 2021. This is the second round of this bonus, but we have sent out targeted outreach to those providers that didn't get it in the first round. We really want to make sure that they get this licensing incentive bonus. And then finally, we do have a capacity building grant, but providers don't have to be part of the UPK program to get this capacity building grant. So we're hoping to build capacity for licensed providers that aren't UPK providers as well. We need to come up with a different word. We use provider all the time. So maybe this email's looking kind of familiar. Providers that you work with have received it. At the bottom, we've got all of our office hours, and I will put that in the link for office hours in the chat. So let me do that right now. Basically, office hours are going to be next Friday, the following Friday, and the Friday after that. So all the Fridays that the grant application is open. And then I also added Wednesday, April 3rd, which is next Wednesday, just in case Fridays don't work out for providers. So that's the basic information that I have, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have about these different grant opportunities. So if you want to raise your hand, that would be great. And I'm going to read Lana's question real quick.
Are you going to be here in 4 minutes? What?
Okay, so Lana's question is, can a newly licensed provider apply for the stabilization grant and the licensing incentive bonus? So to get the stabilization grant, you had to have already received it, and we have that deadline of, or the license date of March 11th of 2021. So for a newly licensed provider, they could have gotten the new provider success grant. I know it's confusing. The stabilization grant, new provider success grant mirror one another, but it's based on when that provider got licensed. I'm going to put my email in the chat. So if you have specific licensed providers that you're working with, please send me their specific circumstances, and then I can look up, the date that they got licensed in Salesforce and be able to guide you accordingly. Okay, so then Lisa's mentioning newly licensed programs. They do have to be fully licensed by that April 12th deadline because we need to get these dollars out the door and give them time to spend. For all 4 of these grants, the spending deadline is September 30th of this year, of 2024. So Tony, we didn't create new FAQs for these grants. The health and mental health information is attached to the email that was sent to all providers. There are 2 documents on that email that talk specifically about the health and mental health grant. And then for stabilization, it's all of the same allowable uses as it was when we had the stabilization grant, the last couple of years ago. And that allowable uses is also attached to that email. For you councils, if you didn't receive the email, once again, email me, and then I'll be sure to get you a copy of that so that you have all of the information that the providers have received. Are there any other questions that I can answer? Okay. Great.
Christy,
free
do you
to reach
mind
out.
do you mind putting the metrics
Oh, metrics. Okay.
information in the chat?
Yeah, my
And-
brain was telling me that I was missing something. Thank you for that reminder.
Am I your brain? Yeah, and Metrics is, they're our go-to vendor, and they're extremely responsive and extremely helpful. So
Yes.
if providers have specific questions, if they feel like they missed the link or something like that, I highly recommend them reaching out to the Metrics help desk, and they can help them out.
Yep. I will do that right now.
Alrighty. Any other questions for Christy? So yes, we are begging you, please take our money. Please make sure this money gets out the door. We don't want to see any of it wasted. And we're really excited for this opportunity to get it spent down. So that can happen. All right, I am next. Just a quick comment. There are 65 applications in the queue, so we don't know if we'll get them all through the process. And there is the Metrics Help Desk. I'll put this in the meeting agenda as well.
I do suggest that you go through the help desk rather than calling them. I mean, I know that some people prefer to call, and when a provider like submits a help desk ticket and calls them, you know, the metrics has to determine that it is a duplicate. So let providers know, like reach out once and they will get with you. I met with them yesterday and their turnaround is within 48 hours. So there's a little wait time. You know, providers might not hear from back from Metrics the day that they submit the help ticket, but they're going to hear from them within 48 hours. Okay. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. So I just have a couple quick updates to highlight from the CDC QRIS team. So our core accounting system is getting upgraded starting today. So anything that wasn't entered into core before March 22nd is going to be delayed until the first week of April. So there might be some delays in reimbursement. Don't worry about, you know, delaying submission or anything like that. Keep going with the processes that you are utilizing as normal. But just a note there that we were told to inform all of our vendors that there could be a delay in processing invoices that were submitted last week through this week. So just FYI. Second piece of news that I'm sure we will be talking deeply in depth about in the future, probably the near future here, but we did have Navigator funding approved for the work that we do. So the way it's allocated and all of that information is going to be coming, but we will be getting additional funding, likely be doing amendments in July for this Navigator funding, as well as our COLA increase that we will also be receiving with our ECC contracts. So be on the lookout. If there are any other changes, you know, I know everybody just submitted their budgets for next fiscal year, but if you think of in the next 2 months or so of changes that you wanted to make anyway, just know that we are going to be doing amendments on these. So, you know, think about that. And yeah, just wanted to share that piece of news. And like I said, we'll be delving more deeply into that once we have some more information there. And last but not least, Emily is out this week, but just one quick E&E update that amendments are at the tail end of being processed. Be looking for those approval emails going out in the next 2 weeks or so. But we are in our final stages of the E&E amendments that we submitted what seems like a while ago, but we're there now and we're super excited to be able to get these processed. So those were my quick QRIS updates. It took me a little faster than I thought. Does anyone have any questions? Not sure if I'll be able to answer them, but happy to hear them and get back to you. All right. Cool. Kristen, you're okay to start a little early?
Absolutely. Thanks,
All right.
Charlie.
You're the best. Thanks.
All right. And I think Marika, yep, is sharing our slides. So happy Thursday, everyone. My name is Kristen Lang. I'm the State Systems Building Initiatives Manager for the Department of Early Childhood, and here with my colleagues Megan and Marika to share with you some of our latest and greatest updates. Next slide, please, Marika. So just wanted to start with a few high-level updates around the Preschool Development Grant Birth Through 5 initiative. Next slide. We had mentioned in previous meetings that we would be traveling out across the state. The leads who are responsible for various strategies within the department sit in different units. So we've got folks from workforce, we've got folks from the DelaQ team, from our SSBI team who are responsible for PDGB5 strategies. And we're all kind of fanning out over the course of the summer to share the latest statewide early childhood strategic plan with communities and hear from you all about the great work that you're doing to advance those strategies already and where you want to focus next. And so we've been talking about this for the last couple meetings, but just wanted to share with you that we've narrowed down our list of places to travel to. So I'm excited insofar as we're able to leverage the broader team that will be able to go a lot more places. So if you're seeing your community on this list, know that you're going to be hearing from one of us pretty soon to talk about what the best time is for us to come visit you and hear from your community and hopefully have your support in organizing these events in terms of letting us know what a good location would be and who to invite and things like that. So wanted to put that on your radar. Next slide, please. And then just a few overall updates. Megan will be sharing these links in the chat, but our updated early childhood needs assessment is finally available in both English and Spanish. We're still waiting on the Spanish translation of our promotional message, but you'll start seeing these things come through various newsletters. In the meantime, just wanted to make sure you had them and had an opportunity to review the needs assessment. This is the first one our state's early childhood system has had since 2019. So a few things have changed in the last 5 years, and I think you'll see that reflected in the key findings for our needs assessment. So hopefully you will review this, feel like it resonates with a lot of things that you experience in your community, and be able to reflect on how we all collectively can continue to work toward addressing those needs for families and early childhood professionals. And also wanted to share with you all the PDGB5 Planning Grant Annual Programmatic Performance Review. What a grant title that is. That's like typical federal government language. But what this is the report that explains what we did as a state in 2023 around the PDGB5 planning grant. It is difficult, I know, with so many different initiatives to keep track of what's going on if you're not directly involved. And this is a really great overview of all of that work. So in here, you'll find a table at the beginning of the report that lists all the various strategies we've been working on for the last year. And that can kind of help you decide if you're interested in the Tribal Advisory Council. You can Control F and look through the report for updates on the Tribal Advisory Council. Or if you're interested in the Family Child Care Home Compensation Pilot, you can similarly look for information specific to that. We also have strategies around literacy policy alignment and improving screening and referrals. So lots of good stuff in there. If you haven't had an opportunity to participate in the work, so that you know all that's being done on behalf of the Colorado Early Childhood System through that PDGB5 planning grant. And if you have any questions as you review that, please feel free to reach out to me. And then finally, just want to put on your radar that coming next is going to be our statewide early childhood strategic plan. Many of you have been involved in informing that plan over the course of the last year. It is in clearance, and we expect it to be released in English and Spanish in time for the ECLC meeting in late April. So wanted to just put that on your radar. Next slide, please. And then just a quick update on the development of our new PDGB5 grant application. We are in a planning grant initiative right now. We have the opportunity to apply then for a renewal grant. And we've talked about this in previous meetings, but just wanted to emphasize that right now we are developing more complete strategy concepts that might go into that application with partners. And so many of you may be contacted by various folks who are developing those strategies to say, hey, what do you think about this? How do you think this would best work? And then also we will have an opportunity at the ECLC PQAA meeting on May 10th to be able to get input from you all on various strategies there too. So keep an eye out for emails and opportunities. Thanks, Megan, for dropping all that. And I think that's it for me.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Megan LeClaire. I'm also on the State Systems Building Initiatives team at CDEC. I am just going to provide an update about a resource that is finally available to county human service staff. So go to the next slide, Marika. Okay, so here's a little bit of background. This has been a years-long project. So we're super proud that we have a resource available today. So back in 2021, Kristen and I helped to support a work group that involved many county human service staff across the state to rewrite the CCAP application and redetermination forms to make them easier to understand for families and complete accurately. And through that work, we learned that county human service staff were unaware of the scope of other programs for which families might be eligible or interested. And they are federally mandated to connect families to other programs for which they may be eligible, and that is already a part of the CCAP application and redetermination process. But there's plenty more that are not listed on the application itself, and so we worked with them to create a resource that could be helpful in this process of connecting families to other resources. So in 2022, late 2022, we took this to the Family Voice Council and got some feedback from families as well. And they said, this is great, but it's not really how families want to receive this info if it's not in conjunction with someone helping them through the process. So, and we said, okay, great feedback. We'll not make a family-facing resource for this, but instead we'll make it for counties, and counties can use it with families when they're walking them through the application process for CCAP. So we finally have this resource available, and I'm putting it in the chat here. So this is kind of just an FYI, but you can go to the next slide, Marika. So CCAP and county human service staff will be using this, like I said, during these initial application appointments or during the redetermination appointments. It's just this helpful tool that can help them meet that CCAP rule requirement of connecting families with other programs. And county human staff asked us if we could make this a fillable PDF so that they could input local contact information for each of the programs where applicable. So the next slide shows the long list of all of the different programs that are included in this resource. So obviously CDEC's website is linked on the resource as well. But we are excited that now they have a digital resource. I forgot to mention, this used to exist as a trifold brochure. So we brought this up to the 21st century and digitized it. So it's really exciting that now they have this digital resource. So any questions about any of that, please let me know. I just joined the CHATS users group meeting this morning for county staff and presented this and rolled it out to them. So they're all going to begin using this, and it's listed online for them to download and make a copy of it, or just download it and fill it out and use it as they see fit, either printed or digital in their offices. So any questions, just let me know. But this is a great step to get families connected to accessing other programs. Oh, it's still me. I am going to now talk to you about the local organizational capacity work. So you have been hearing from us every state TA day about this. So I'm happy to share a slight update. So now if you were a council that participated in the local organizational capacity regional convenings in 2023, we are holding one all grantee convening this spring, April 29th and 30th in Colorado Springs. And we've sent a couple of emails, but just wanted to take a moment to remind folks to register for this event if you have not done so already. So I'll pop those links in the chat in just a moment. But also, so register by 4/8. And then the final report and strategy implementation plan for this grantee work is due at the end of this month. So that deadline's coming up March 31st this weekend. So please send those to us at your earliest convenience. And if you can't and need a couple days deadline extension or something like that, just let us know what your plan is. So thank you so much for that. We're looking forward to this convening. It's going to be so exciting to hear share outs of all of the incredible work you all have been engaging in with your local teams around supporting families with infants and toddlers.
Thanks, Megan, for sharing on the LOC work. Hello, everyone. My name is Marika Padilla, also in the State Systems Building Initiatives unit here at CDEC. And I am here to share today 2 updates, one on the business training and the other one on the transitions marketplace. So I'll start with the business training. We have lots of trainings coming up this spring. Here are the 4 upcoming trainings. We have 2 foundational trainings coming up and 2 specialty topic. We have a finance training available both in English and in Spanish coming up. And thank you, Megan, for dropping these registration links in the chat. Please share the information with your network. I do wanted to elevate here that we have a new SBDC that has just joined the network of providing the childcare business trainings. It is not a new center, but it's a new center to this program. San Luis Valley SBDC is offering a training starting in April. And I also want to thank, I'm not sure if Sherry Valdez is here on the call, but the Early Childhood Council of the San Luis Valley has been supporting the SBDC in this work. So thank you to Sherry and her staff for the support. And I also wanted to just quickly promote the Southern Colorado Early Childhood Business Conference that's coming up in a month in Pueblo. This is in person. It's for childcare providers to learn about business strategies and just receive lots of great resources and information. And providers can also earn up to 4 hours of PDIS credit for attending the conference. And this is free for providers to attend, and we do provide breakfast and lunch. And I just went on to the registration page on Eventbrite, and it's showing that the event is full. So I reached out to my partners at the Southern Colorado SBDC just to confirm that we are still accepting registration. So Charlie, I'm happy to provide you an update later on today once I hear back from the SBDC in Pueblo, just to make sure that we are still accepting those registrations. And any questions on the business training or the conference? Okay. Thank you. I see Stephanie Martin's comment in the chat. Thank you so much for sharing that, Stephanie. And I'll move on to the P2G transitions to kindergarten resources. You all may remember that early on this year, I shared the Google Drive for transitions to kindergarten marketplace. And we have now transitioned most all the resources from the Google Drive to the CDEC website for ease of access. So all the resources that I included in the Google Drive Marketplace now have a permanent home on the CDEC website. And I do wanted to flag that the Google Drive didn't go anywhere. It's still there. And they're the place where communities can share their own transitions resources or great materials that you all have created. Those can still be put into the Google Drive. So I wanted to make sure that let you know that that didn't go anywhere. It's still there, but the website is a really quick way to access all those transitions resources. Once you go to the website, you'll see that we have a couple of different sections there. So we have Ready Families and Communities section and Ready Programs section. So these different sections have some of the materials overlap, some are different, but this is really information to empower families and professionals with the knowledge and tools they need to help children and families in their communities to experience a smooth and successful transitions to kindergarten and also during the early childhood years. We understand that transitions happen from birth all the way to adulthood, so I want to make sure that these resources support transitions birth through third grade at this point. And I work very closely with Heather Craiglow on these resources, and Heather wanted me to elevate to you all that we have a Transitions Talk Thursdays coming up. We start in April, so this is just an hour that Heather and I have set aside to meet with community members, any organizations that are doing work in a transition space. So what the purpose of these that we've envisioned is to have invite some communities share their transitions work. It could be transitions in the early years, transitions from preschool to kindergarten, to come share your work with others so that we can all learn together. So the first one is tentatively scheduled for April 18th from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. And we want to extend this invite to councils, to LCOs, anyone who is really doing work in the transition space. And we also wanted to just offer a nice quick reminder that the first Colorado Universal Preschool Program class of 4-year-olds is transitioning to kindergarten now this summer and fall, and this will be the class of 2037. So it seems like it's far away in the future, but my own son is graduating from high school this spring, and I remember when I took a picture of him in front of the elementary school with a t-shirt on and said, class of 2024, and I thought that's really far away, and here we are. It's not that far away, and time flies. So anything we can really do to set our Colorado children up for school success, we're here to help in the transition space. So with any questions you have, you can reach out to me, and then I'm happy to also put Heather's email in the chat. Any questions about the Transitions Talk Thursdays or the Marketplace, feel free to email me. And if you have any other questions for me or Kristen or Megan, we have our contact info here. We'll put it in the chat too. And thank you all for allowing us to come present to you again this month. We'll see you in April.
Any questions? Let's see. We had this one comment. I'm always hearing from seasoned directors, they don't think they'll get anything out of the SBDC. So I'm excited to have this feedback from a seasoned FCCH provider to share.
Yes, definitely. Thank you. Thank you for that. And I've heard the same kind of comments from providers who've been in the business for 25 years, and they're leaving feedback saying that they learned something new and they wish this business training would have been available when they started 25 years ago. So, and now that we have many SBDCs offering these special topic trainings on finances, and we have the one coming up on nonprofits. So they're really diversifying their business offerings, which is really great for those really experienced providers.
Awesome. Yes. And we know that the best advertising, especially in this field, comes from word of mouth. So the more people you have talking about it, the more people you're going to have involved in it. Hearing it straight from providers, how successful they've been, is amazing. Any other questions or comments for our wonderful SSBI team? All right. Well, I put all your links in the agenda. Oh, yes. Alex, do you have a question?
Yeah, I put it into the chat, but want to make sure it got read before she ended up leaving. Will the Southern Colorado Business Conferences ever allow children to attend in the future? I know some child or early child care home providers that would like to attend, but since they're still raising their child, they don't have the capacity to find care since they're usually providing the care themselves?
Great question. Thank you. Thank you, Alex. Yes, this is something that the planning committee is definitely considering for the future conferences, whether we would have the option to have childcare provided during the conference so that those, providers who are also raising their own young families can attend and their children can be there in the same space and with some experienced providers. So definitely something that we are considering for the future. Thanks for the question.
And then Lana has a question.
Yeah, I actually think I figured it out, but are the trainings all online? All the ones from
Yes.
CBC?
Yes, the ones that I had listed on that slide, those are all virtual trainings.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Sure, you're welcome.
All right, some great questions. Ooh, Kristen.
Thanks, Charlie. I just wanted to flag something I put in the chat. I realized, thank you, a couple of you pointed out that the APPR, the PDG annual report that talks about what we did was the settings. I did not have them set correctly. So now anyone should be able to view. And if you have it open and it's still giving you an error message, just refresh the link. Thanks, Charlie.
Thank you. Anything else? All right, we will continue on then. We have Riyadh. There
Hi.
you are. Hello.
Okay, there I am. All right, I'm gonna share my screen. So thank you for giving me a few minutes to talk about the substitute fund today. Okay, so I'll start at the beginning in case not everyone here is aware. The substitute fund started in fall of 2023. After ARPA dollars, we're moving to SLFRF so that this project will run through December of 26. Early Learning Ventures is our partner for this. They're serving as an intermediary. If you're not aware, they are a nonprofit that focuses on technology solutions and automation for early childhood education. So what the substitute fund is doing is it's addressing a shortage in substitute educators and prohibitive costs associated with accessing them. Teach Colorado published a report about a year ago saying that the lack of substitutes was even a reason that potential educators didn't want to become educators. So it was impacting careers and jobs outside of actual substitutes. And the two main identified challenges are just the shortage of professionals, which has trended down over the last few years, and the cost associated with them. So the substitute fund works in three main areas so far. Number one is increasing the number of substitute placement agencies. So substitute placement agencies were created in 2019 as a hub for facilitating the placement of sub workers, and they would do all the due diligence to make sure that there was a complete file and compliance with licensing rules so that that administrative burden was not on programs and providers. Currently, all this work is being done only with licensed care. So working with these spas, there are currently 6 in Colorado, focused mostly in the Denver metro area. But ELV is already working on getting another one in there. And we're hoping to increase the number of spas across Colorado so that there is access wherever you are. If that might mean bigger spas so that they serve bigger areas, we're looking at that as well. The second thing that we're doing with the substitute fund is increasing the overall number of subs. So anyone interested in becoming a sub, there are going to be dollars put towards that training and qualifications. The actual substitute placement agencies are the ones that'll guide an individual through that process. And then The impact there, ideally, is that the increased number of subs means that not only is there availability for coverage when full-time professionals need it for vacation, life events, professional development, but it also ensures some continuity of availability of care. And the third thing, which is the biggest part of the budget with our partner ELV, is that we're subsidizing the costs of substitutes. So right now, through March, costs are covered 100% for any reason, just has to be with licensed care. And one of the things we noticed was that the demand has been much greater than we anticipated, which is a good thing. We were worried that like, do we need this many? But the answer is yes, it's yes. So we're projecting that the current budget for FY24 will be spent down by late May, early June. So likely in April, we'll be positing a sliding scale. The idea being that it'll be more sustainable in the long term, because that's kind of what we're trying to do with everything here. But to make sure that if there ever is an allocation of substitutes, if there is a sliding scale, that will ensure that there is a well-grounded need for the substitute, so that we can make sure that everyone has access to the resources, and rather than straining the system. There are no specific reasons right now that you would need to request a substitute. Whatever it is, you'll have access, certainly for this initial period and the foreseeable future of this project. So if you want to actually access these resources, there isn't a huge burden on the licensed program or provider. There are a couple of surveys that Marzano will issue. They are our data evaluation partner. And that's just going to kind of help us understand the need and how the work is going. So as listed here, any of those reasons, personal wellness, vacation, professional development, all this will qualify for those subsidized costs. So if you're a program, you can reach out directly to Early Learning Ventures, and I'll share their contact information. And they will work with a SPA to get that coverage. Right now, and this applies to whether, generally to if you're a program, some home providers have someone ready to go on file, but generally going through a SPA, you need to schedule it ahead of time so that it can be scheduled. Last minute placements, because of licensing rules, are currently a challenge. We're figuring that out. But if we can schedule it ahead of time, working with a SPA and ELV, we can arrange to have a substitute out there. Right now, for the costs, there is a flat coverage rate if you are a program. That will likely change in FY25. For home providers, will likely accommodate whatever the rate that they're using is for whoever they have on file. Otherwise, the process is largely the same. We'll connect you with a SPA through ELV and schedule a substitute placement, and any anticipated cost would be outlined ahead of time. But like I said, right now, it's 100% coverage. And if folks are just interested in becoming a substitute, ELV put together this wonderful flyer with contact information describing the need, what the process kind of looks like. So if you approach myself or Early Learning Ventures, what they'll do is they will connect you with the appropriate SPA, and they will make sure that you go through the training at no cost. They are offering, at least for this initial period, stipends and retention bonuses. So really trying to grow the availability of subs, because it can be expensive to get a sub, but also if there are no subs, whatever they cost is irrelevant. So we're trying to do both here with this project. And if it's okay, I'm just going to go ahead and move through the last slide and then get to the questions. I saw a couple there. So as far as what's coming up, right now we've launched, and I will say it's been a really fantastic partnership between CDEC and ELV. we started getting those subsidies out the door way faster than we anticipated. I think the milestones had the first placements in the fall, and we started this winter. So like within 3 months, we were already able to start subsidizing those sub placements. So they have a proprietary childcare management software system, and they're using that to track placements and a lot of the data and sub management with spas. One of the things that I'm super excited about is we are working on automation for the placement process. So instead of having to go through your Rolodex when you need a substitute, you can just put the request in, and the platform itself will put out the request, and a sub can just pick up the call. So this is expected to run beta in the summer with, it's never final, there'll always be enhancements, but a functional product in the fall of this calendar year. So that's going to remove some overhead. Who knows, maybe this is really aspirational, but lower the cost of overhead so more of those dollars can go to reimbursing substitutes for their work. And there will probably be other areas where we can look at automation for some of this work. So I think that's super exciting. A lot of benefit there potentially. Some chances for alignment. Right now, one of the exciting things that I think has happened is CDEC has the AOK business training, All Our Kin business training. And one of the things we quickly noticed was that a lot of providers couldn't participate because they just don't have coverage. They're by themselves, or they just don't have the bandwidth for it. So using this fund, we can get a substitute in there for them to go engage in that professional development. And to Marika's work with SBDC, like I would love to see that extended to any kind of PD. And I will say, I think there's an added benefit there because you don't just go do a training for 3 hours. This is paying for a sub for a whole day, so you can engage in the training and then go buy sneakers or do paperwork. Most likely they'll be doing paperwork in their free time. But it's still a really good opportunity to have some training and then maybe the rest of the day off. Also looking to get additional sub-placement agencies licensed. And throughout all of this, of course, I think everyone at CDEC is aware, we love data collection, not in the evil Google way, but like in the really cool families in Colorado are going to be better off way. So throughout the whole process, collecting a lot of information that's going to guide our strategies, where the dollars are going, and the rates that we have right now, which are likely again to change because the demand has been larger than anticipated. So I will stop there, and I'm going to go ahead and stop sharing my screen. And then I think there were a couple of questions in the chat. Okay, I'm going to read this real slow to myself, so enjoy the awkward silence. I'm not sure about any FCCH regulations right now, but I think there's definitely the availability of funds here, if I'm understanding correctly, to help people become substitutes if they're interested. And again, there's the added incentive and retention bonuses because there is the looming threat, especially for home care providers, of closure, because there just isn't that resiliency or capacity for juggling personnel. And feel free to clarify if I didn't address the question properly. Does the program have to be a member of ELV? Absolutely not. No. If anyone's interested, they would be going through ELV, but you do not have to be a member of their network or our network. Otherwise, any other questions, anything I should address? Otherwise, I will drop in the chat ELV's contact if anyone needs access to a sub, and my own if there are any questions. Lisa?
Yeah, I had a quick question. I might have misunderstood you or misheard you.
Yeah.
Did you say that free subs, like the reimbursement or the payment for subs, goes through March of this year, which is in 2 days, or was there a different date?
Oh, no. The distinction being that right now through the end of March, it's 100% coverage. The subsidized rates will go on for at least another couple of years right now. But in April, we're looking at a sliding scale for reimbursement so that we can extend access, make sure that more people have access to the lower cost and for a longer period of time. And that scale might be as little as $4 a placement. We're just looking at what's going to make this the most sustainable. But right now, it's 100% coverage, and it may continue to be. We're still working on what that change is going to look like next month.
Thank you.
Sure. Are subs available on the Western Slope? I don't know the spa that would serve that area right now. If it's a home provider, the reimbursement can be done directly to them. Otherwise, we've enlisted subs within spas so that they can serve an area outside of the normal encatchment. So, oh, okay, awesome. Let's connect, Daisy. Right now, I don't think I mentioned this, becoming a licensed spa is totally covered by this fund. So if you're interested, it would be a no-cost endeavor, just time. And that would be done through ELV. Daisy, maybe if I drop my email, do you want to shoot me some contact info and we can get that conversation going? Or if you want to put yours in there. And then we would also be interested in the SLV. Sorry, what's the SLV, or just in ELV in general, is that to say? Oh, sorry. Yeah, I don't think that should be a problem. Let's connect you with Early Learning Ventures, and if a spa is not capturing that area, what they can do is get a subs file in the spa, and we can subsidize the placement like that. Thank you, Daisy. Yeah, and if you're also interested in becoming a spa, we can totally have that conversation. But if you want to use one and nobody's serving that area, we have a couple of workarounds until we grow the overall number of agencies. Brian, if you could drop your email as well, and then that way we can follow up after this. All right. Thank you so much. Well, if that's everything, I am going to go dark again. Appreciate it.
You're could you please send me your presentation? I'll make sure it gets in the agenda.
Sure thing.
Cool. Awesome. Oh, there's a lot of excitement about this. Well deserved. This is, I know this is something that has been an ongoing issue for childcare in Colorado for as long as it has existed. So super excited to have this option here. All righty. Elaine, are you on?
I am.
Hello.
Hello, everyone. Let me get my screen share set up. All right. So this is, I think, the last installment of our PDIS user interface updates series that we've been sharing with you all over the past few months. So for folks that have been in the PDIS, there's a new look. We, over the past year or so, did a really big effort to learn about what some of the pain points with the PDIS were for users, what some of the main priorities were for folks. We worked with the design team to get all of that taken into consideration, and then we've been building it out. So as of March 11th, the PDIS has a new look. The underlying system is all the same. So it's not like the last re-platforming where things needed to get transferred. Everything is still in your profile exactly how it was before March 11th. It's just displayed a little differently. So today I just have some follow-ups from that to share out with you all. The main one, or the main impact that we've seen with this new user interface is that there's a small discrepancy in how some credentials and qualifications are showing up. So any user that, or sorry, any professional that has a credential or qualification that was awarded under the old PDIS system, those are not currently showing up on the home dashboard widget. And so that is in this screenshot. If I go back a page, right here, this widget that folks see on their home dashboard is only at this point displaying credentials and qualifications that were awarded in this current PDIS system. We are working on a fix to get it so that all of them show up on the home dashboard, and that should be in place in May. However, all of the credentials and qualifications, including ones that were awarded in the old system, are visible on the credentials and qualifications page. So going back to this screenshot here, using this top menu item for credentials and qualifications will get you to the page that lists out everything, regardless of what system it was awarded through. And again, we're fixing it so that all of the credentials and qualifications will show up, and we're expecting that to happen in May. But in the meantime, a few individuals will need to go to their credentials and qualifications page to see those older credentials and qualifications. The next update is about phone login. We've gotten feedback from some folks that the way that the login page shows up on phones doesn't allow users to enter their username or password. We are working to fix this, but we don't have the timeline laid out yet, but we are aware, and we know that that is definitely a barrier for folks. Next update is about employment information. So we've heard from a few programs that have had questions about how they're seeing their employees show up, or their data about their employees showing up on their staff page. This is actually great. This is one of our goals. We're trying to get people to, we're trying to make it easier for folks to see how they have their employment information set up so that they can keep that as up to date as possible. So if you hear from folks about their employment information, just encourage them to take another look at it, and they can reach out to the PDIS help desk if they do have any questions about what they're seeing. The last piece here is that we've gotten some feedback from that folks are missing having the self-assessment information on their home dashboard. So I would just love to get some input from folks. So feel free to send it in the chat. Any thoughts about having that self-assessment information show up on the home dashboard? We'd love to know how useful this would be for folks. And I think, yeah, it looks like the chats are not related to this. So those are the main pieces of information that we want to share out with folks since this new user interface has gone live. However, we booked a little more time because we weren't sure how much we would have to share out with you. So I would love to spend a little bit of time hearing any questions or feedback or thoughts that folks have that have been able to get into the new user interface. Okay, thank you, Karen. That's great to know. And folks can definitely, you can jump off of mute and ask any questions or share any information out loud. That is also fine. Heather, we'd love to hear more about this. Let me send my email. I should have sent my email earlier. Go ahead, Julia.
Thanks, Elaine. I'm just reaching out because as I think about like myself as working in early childhood and trying to get experience hours and education and pieces like that, it's very clear when we work with early childhood teachers what is needed. However, for those of us that aren't working directly with children, I feel like there's a gap. And so I'm just curious, like, even one of the things that has come up frequently is my coaches reach out and they're like, I need a letter of experience. And they've reached out to PDIS and they say, oh, well, we have to know what license numbers you work with. Well, within our council, my coaches work with up to 50 providers. And then I have a couple initiatives that coaches work on that are statewide. So the number of provider license numbers are pretty significant. And it feels like that's kind of an overreach. So just thinking about, as we're working with coaches, we're working with QI navigators, myself as a QI program coordinator, directors, other people, like how to make sure that there's a great graphic around how you do it if you're an ACT teacher, an aide or whatever, but really thinking about those staff that are a little higher that have to maintain coaching credentials, trainer credentials, things like that. If there's something a little different or better that can really identify what they need.
Yes, that is a great question. So there are different, you're completely right. There are different types of experience that are accepted for the early childhood teacher qualification versus the early childhood professional credential. And we've been working to try to get as aligned on that as possible, but the ECPC does accept experience that is not directly with children. If I'm going to be honest, I don't know what the best solution is for those folks that work with a whole range of providers. I am wondering if you want to maybe email me and we can have a conversation, or Brenda, if you would like to chime in.
Yes, sorry. Julia, I know we've been talking about this. The policy itself says that it has to be direct work with a licensed childcare provider. However, there are other things within the policy that talk about how that could work for technical and training assistants and other things. The issue is it would have to be with a licensed facility. So however we can get that documented is how we do it, whether that be through a council or whomever, but it does have to be documented. I kind of think maybe this is a question, more an ECPC question that Julia, I'm happy to give you a call after this meeting and we can chat some more.
And Brenda, I appreciate that. The thing is that I think a lot of councils are dealing with the same thing. It's, you know, if a council says, yes, this person works for me, I'm wondering why we then have to provide so much additional information around the license numbers and things like that. So just that thought process. And so Brenda, I'd be glad to talk to you, Elaine, whoever. But that would definitely help us move forward because we have coaching credentials coming up.
Okay, sounds good. Elaine, just because this is very specific, I think I'd like to speak with Julie and whomever wants to speak about this directly outside of the meeting. I think that little focus group might be more beneficial.
Yeah, that makes sense. And with the sugar replatforming that's happening, we are, and along with some of the coaching work that our team has done, we are looking at building in additional functionality into the PDIS for those consultative supports and tracking that. But that's a little ways out. We haven't really nailed that down. But thank you so much, Brenda. Heather.
Looks like, yeah.
Hello. So yeah, in my PDIS, my experience hours are not there. And I also had a family childcare provider reach out with the same issue, and I encouraged her to reach out to the help desk. So I'm not sure if others are experiencing this as well. It looked like Sarah mentioned that she has having this same issue in the chat. She mentioned it.
Yes, thank you for mentioning that. So I just sent my email in the chat. If you all could reach out we heard from one person that happened, and then we tried to follow up and dig in more, and it turned out that they didn't actually know what the hours were in there before the update. And just to shed a little light on this, experience hours aren't just going to show up in someone's profile. They have to be inputted by their director or workforce manager. But if they have been put in, we didn't make any changes with that, so they should still be showing up. So definitely reach out to me and let me know if you're experiencing that, and we'll look into it and see what we can figure out.
Okay. Yeah, I did have experience hours inputted, so I'm not sure what's going on. But thank you. I'll email you.
Okay, great. Go ahead, Jen.
I just want to put a plug in for also emailing the help desk and or filling out the feedback survey at the bottom of the PDIS. And the reason for that is so we can track trends of this type, right? Because if it's a onesie, twosie thing, that's a different thing than if we're seeing a trend of cases, and we are monitoring that every day. So that would be really helpful to us as well.
Yes, very good point. Okay. Well, feel free to keep reaching out with any thoughts and feedback. I'd be happy to hear it. Experience letters that were previously approved will not show up currently. We're working with Brenda's team that reviews those experience letters to start getting them inputted while they're being reviewed. But anything that was reviewed before we have this process in place isn't going to show up, but we're working to do that moving forward. All right, I think that is my time, but thank you so much for everyone for all of your thoughts.
Thank you, Elaine. We appreciate you. And yeah, the PDIS help desk is, it's a good catch-all for any questions. They get routed to the right people, and they are extremely responsive. So feel free to reach out to them as well. All right, Jessica Burnett, are you on?
I am. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Let me get my sharing going. I'm here on behalf of Angela Benzekri, who is out this week, to let you know quickly about the new round of educator loan forgiveness that is starting. Are we all set with the sharing? Looks like it. Thank you. And so what's happening is another one-time $5,000 loan repayment award is available. Excuse me. Some of the qualifying factors are below here, but we'll get more into those on the next slide. You must have federal student loans. There's going to be approximately 450 awards planned. And if someone has already been a current recipient of the previous rounds, they will not be eligible. That's an important factor to consider too. So here's more detail on who is eligible. The first priority is going to be anyone employed full-time. Excuse me, I'm not feeling very well, as an ECE educator, including family child care providers, directors, support staff, and public school settings as well. And then if funds remain, after all of the applications have been addressed, they will then look into offering this to coaches. You can see the rest of this list, right? Coaches, ECC staff, home visiting staff as well. And who's explicitly excluded is elementary principals, K through 12 teachers, childcare licensing, and state staff. How does one apply? The link is here. I believe the PowerPoint is going to be in the agenda for you to access the link. And there will be an employee verification form that needs to be signed by the employer. The deadline is actually fast approaching, April 15th, and applicants will be notified by the end of April or early May. So please do share this information widely or wildly to you, I suppose. If you have questions, the email here is to the ECE educator funding email address at Department of Higher Ed. Actually, if there's any questions for me, I'll do my best to try to answer, but also I'll pass them on to Angela as well. But that's the information, and I'm hoping that maybe I'm going to help catch up on the agenda a little bit, because that was pretty quick. Any questions for me?
I don't see
Thanks, Karen.
any.
Okay.
Thanks, Jessica. Short and sweet.
Yeah, nice.
This is a really exciting opportunity, and I know, even though there aren't a lot of questions right now, I think it's people are just hearing it and absorbing it. But yeah, to be able to get loan forgiveness for the courses that you've already taken is going to be a huge service to a lot of providers. So look more into it and reach out if you have any additional questions. All right, next up, we have our facility needs assessment Q&A.
Hi all, give me just a second. We'll get the PowerPoint up.
Yeah, working on it. Give me just a few seconds here.
Yeah, absolutely. No, Alyssa, appreciate it. Alyssa stepped in to save the day for the PowerPoint, so thank you for doing that. Perfect, thank you. So, hi, good afternoon, everybody. I am Lisa Magliano. I'm here with Christine Beck, and we're with Community Development Institute, or CDI. We were here last month and shared some information about the 2024 Colorado Child Care Facility Survey. And we wanted to take a little time today, give a quick overview to remind everyone about what we're doing, give an update on how things are going, share some next steps, and see what questions that you all might have for us. So just a quick reminder about the purpose of the survey. We are looking to gather comprehensive data and information for the state regarding the physical condition of child care facilities, as well as the opportunities and challenges faced by child care providers concerning potential expansion or facility upgrades. And that includes with regard to permitting, regulatory, and tax requirements. Next slide, please. So the big update is that the survey opened yesterday. We went live yesterday morning, and emails were sent out to providers with the link to access the survey through the online survey portal. And we got a very nice first day response. So we're really excited about that. Some quick reminders about the survey. It's accessible in English or Spanish through that language icon that's circled in the upper right-hand side of the survey screen. There's also a save and continue later function, so a provider can begin the survey, save their progress by clicking on the icon, and come back to it later. From our providers who reviewed the survey for us, and then based on the early return data, it's taking about 20 minutes on average to complete the survey. So we definitely appreciate their time doing that. It's important, I think, to mention again that the results will be combined and compiled in use in reporting, so the individual respondents will not be identifiable. And we also want to mention that there are 2 incentives to complete the survey by April 12th in the form of drawings for gift cards to use toward their program. At the end of the survey, providers can include their name and contact information to take part in that. Next slide, please. So our next steps, we are monitoring the completion status of the survey, as well as email and phone messages. And we're responding individually to any questions that we receive about the survey by the providers. But we're also tracking those questions, and we'll be developing a frequently asked questions document to post and send out for reference. And then also, as we track the completion rates and analyze that information by region, we will reach out to councils to ask for support in strategizing and individualizing about how to get the message out if responses are coming in a little bit slow in a particular area. By close of business tomorrow, we will be sending you all information packets, which will include a summary of the 2024 Colorado Child Care Facility Assessment Survey, so that you all then will have some more background information to share with providers. It includes an overview flyer and then also some announcements with the survey link embedded that can be sent out to providers. So if y'all have newsletters, or if you can send an email or text blast. Like I mentioned, we had a really nice initial response, but there will be those providers, and I would include myself in that group, who would be much more willing to click on a link sent from their regional council than from a random survey link, right? So any way that y'all can help in getting that message out is greatly, greatly appreciated. And of course, if you all have any other ideas or suggestions, please get in touch with us. We would be happy and would definitely appreciate the opportunity to work with you all to come up with some additional strategies. Lastly, here we also have a very quick coming soon plug that we want to throw out here. As part of this contract, we will also be taking a deeper dive into exploring the potential provider opportunities in a couple of areas in the state. And as we finalize that process and plan over the next few weeks, we'll be reaching out directly to councils as well for some conversation and insight specific to that aspect of the work. So more to come on that piece. Next slide, please. Here is our contact information. So that surveys@cdi.org and that telephone number are embedded in the survey. So, you know, like I said, we're monitoring the email and phone lines. We're responding within 24 hours of messages being left. Right now, we're actually responding much quicker than that, but we want to give ourselves just a little bit of cushion. And the questions are really important. You know, for every person that actually asks the question, there's probably lots more out there who have the same question but haven't asked it. So it is really important for us to get those questions. And as I mentioned, develop the FAQ document to get the information out there to continue to facilitate the process. So any questions that you all get, if you could direct those to us, direct providers to us, we will answer them all and get the information out to folks. So that was a lot of information really quickly, but I wanted to make sure that we had time to answer any questions that you all might have at this point as well. Absolutely. Yep. We will be sending that out to you all shortly, tomorrow at the latest. So yes, coming from you would be a big push for us. Thank you. I appreciate that, Lisa. Thank you so much. Yeah, we're excited. So it's a good initial response. We have a plan to continue the push for a lot more responses. And so, yeah, we're excited about the information that we're going to get and how we're going to be able to utilize that. Any other questions? My email is in the agenda. I can also pop it into the chat box. And again, that's surveys@cdi.com. You guys will get that as well. So just let me know. Any questions? We'll get back to you all for sure. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa and Alyssa.
Thanks,
All
Alyssa.
right. Yes, thank you, Alyssa, for stepping up. Our Shiro, always. All righty. We have our final presentation of the day. Eva with EQIT. So nice to see your name back on our agendas.
Yay, thank you, Charlie. Appreciate it. Let me just switch this really quickly to the right view. And we'll get get chatting here. We just have a couple quick updates from the EQ initiative that we wanted to share with you all. So thanks for sticking with us to the end of this meeting. Just a little bit of information for councils. We do have our next quarterly reports coming up. So I know that with me being out for a little bit of time, I'm just kind of connecting with folks on quarter 2. But I think almost everyone has submitted their quarter 2 reports, and we're all complete there. So quarter 3 is coming up, obviously not due until the end of April, but just wanted to kind of get that on everyone's radars. Just a reminder, if you're not running courses or if you don't think you're going to complete all of the coaching hours that you requested, you can let me know now. You can let me know in those quarterly reports. It really helps us to be able to then reallocate some of the funding so that we're not left at the end of the year thinking, oh no, we have funds and we have a month to spend it. So the more, kind of foresight we have, the easier that is to manage, I think, for everybody. I wanted to just talk briefly about the statewide annual meeting that is coming up in May for our infant toddler specialist network. So those are all of our EQIT trainers and coaches, but I also did want to extend invites to councils, anyone who is sort of the program support folks for EQIT. I know that those positions kind of vary from council to council, but if you are connected to the Infant Toddler Specialist Network or to EQ in any way, you're welcome to come. I know that it is a further distance this year because we're hosting it in Breckenridge. So I'm going to mention here that we do have a little bit of additional funds that can be requested through our EQ GAE. So Leah's going to add that link in as well. I know she just put in the link to register. So if you have not registered yet, or you're thinking like, oh, maybe now that there's additional funds, maybe we could send another person or two, that link is there to register. And most importantly, if you can fill out that request to request how much funding you might need. I know that there were some councils who felt like we're only able to send 1 or 2 people because the travel costs are more expensive this year. So just in an effort to kind of support additional travel costs, we have a little bit of funding available. So similarly to the way that we had it with Sarah Roberts' PD funds, it's kind of first come, first serve. So if you are thinking that you'd like to access that, fill that out as soon as you can, and then go ahead and register for coming to the statewide meeting. On Monday, May 6th, we are excited to announce that we're going to have Dr. Eva Marie Shriver. She is from Arizona and works with the Indigo Cultural Center. She's going to talk with us about DEI and change as we're all, going through different spaces of change in our lives. So Dr. Shriver is a really incredible person. I've seen her at 0 to 3 conferences. She presents nationally, and she's just a really fun and passionate person. So I think you'll be in for a treat if you're able to attend that day. Tuesday, we will be talking a little bit and digging into the curriculum and the curriculum revision that we went through and are now complete with. And then on Wednesday, we'll talk more about the EQ coaching model. We'll talk about some updates there, along with the curriculum revision, our coaching model, and parts of our not our coaching model, but parts of our coaching process is different because we updated certain pieces of language in the curriculum that links to the coaching experience. We'll also talk about different initiatives that fall under the EQ initiative during that day. So that's kind of brief overview. Just wanted to share those things. Please have your folks register. If you are interested, go ahead and register or connect with me and I can answer any questions. And then if you do feel like, oh, now that there's additional funds, this might be possible, go ahead and request those. The room block is ending May 4th, which is next week. I believe that's next Thursday. So I know it's a little bit quick. So if you're interested in coming, just know that that is a deadline that's approaching soon. And then I'm gonna, sorry, did I say May 4th? Thank you. Yes, I might have said May 4th, and I apologize. April 4th is when the room block ends. Thanks, Leah. May 6th through 8th is the statewide meeting. So April 4th next week is when the room block ends. I know we're running out of time, so I'm going to pass it to Leah to just talk a little bit about the Infant Toddler Specialist Foundations course and give a brief overview and update around what's going on with those folks who are training.
We're running ahead of schedule, so don't
we're
feel
good.
rushed.
Okay, great.
That's
Okay.
okay. I'm still not going to talk for too long. So just a quick check-in. We are super excited with this cohort for the Infant Toddler Specialist Foundations course. We had 31 enroll, and we still have 31 enrolled, which is really exciting to have not had any attrition. So we're super pumped. They are passionate and motivated and excited. We finished our phase 1, where we really were jumping into the foundations and the material that they need to know this week. We're starting phase 2 next week, where we're really going to focus on facilitation and thinking about those techniques and skills and strategies and what they'll need to be successful when they join your teams. And as a part of that, we'll do our in-person days, Monday through Wednesday next week in Denver. Then they'll be meeting with their peer mentor groups and also planning some live community facilitation. So everybody has to practice in their small group first and get feedback, and then they'll practice in the communities. Then they'll be ready for phase 3, which should be kind of maybe early or middle of May through the end of May with me, where we'll meet and do a final interview and just check in and see how they're feeling and if they really are prepared. Our goal is for them to be all done and set in June, so that by the beginning of next fiscal year, you have these members for your teams. But if you have any questions or you're wondering anything, please just reach out and let me know. I'm happy to talk through things with you.
We have some time for questions for EQIT, but don't hop off yet, guys. We have a special encore presentation. Elaine's going to hop back on to talk a little bit more about the experience questions, because we know we had quite a few questions there. But let's finish up with EQIT first. Does anyone have any additional questions here?
And you all can always email Leah or I, and we will be happy to get back to you as soon as we can.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. So yes, Elaine is gonna hop back on real quick and talk through some of these experience issues.
Hi, yes. So for folks that know that they've gotten experience verified in their system, but they aren't seeing it showing up in those experience fields on the PDIS, I want to explain how there's kind of different processes. So any experience letter that was submitted with an application for a credential or a qualification gets reviewed and either approved, or we ask for more information about it. The way the system was built initially, all of those experience hours that were approved within an application, those hours just sit within the application. They're kind of siloed. They're not connected to your profile, and therefore not available to use automatically in future applications. Last year, we added in this new experience tracking component to try and get around that and make things easier for folks to keep track of all of this information. However, until this functionality was in place, all of those experience hours are siloed within an application and not connected to your profile overall. To get experience hours connected to your PDIS profile and then have them show up on that home dashboard and be available for use in any other applications, you have to use this new functionality. So, well, it's been around for about a year, so it's not that new, but it hasn't always been in place. So what you would need to do is add an employment record if you go to your employment page in the My Account menu, you add any employer that you've worked for, and then a director or workforce manager for that employment can go in and add your experience hours directly into your profile. So this is really we're hoping it's really useful for folks that are actively working in the workforce. And we've seen that a lot of directors are now going in and regularly adding experience hours for their staff. This is not a perfect fix for historic experience letters or for any employments that have shut down. What we are doing or what we're working with Brenda's team to do is moving forward when we get those experience letters citing that direct care, have the reviewer enter it and save it to your profile rather than keeping it within that application. But this is a process that we're only starting to get to because the ECPC team has had a lot on their plate. So moving forward, experience letters that are reviewed for ECPC and fit that direct care category will be saved to your profile. If you want to if you don't want to wait for an ECPC application review or you don't need to submit an application, you can add those employments yourself and then reach out to the director or workforce manager and have them enter your experience hours. It's not a perfect system, but we're trying to improve on its initial build and make these things more useful going forward. Yes, Shana, great question. So on a slightly different note, we have added a lot more employment types and job roles into the PDIS. The structure is still in place for a center program kind of set up. And so we, down the line, will continue to build out that functionality to better support ECCs and LCOs. That being said, we can use the existing structure to make that possible. So this is something that we need to work with the help desk on, but for any early childhood councils or local coordinating organizations, we can have a director identified and they would show up. It would show up the same way as like a program director, but that director would be able to see all of the staff and add in direct care experience for those staff. But we would be able to have those groups together. It's a bit of a workaround, but if you reach out to the help desk, I will also connect with the help desk and make sure that this is understood. Yeah, go ahead, Brenda.
Elaine, I'm just going to throw something in. I just want to make sure that everyone realizes, although you verify employment, unless you enter the hours for that employment, we would still need the letter because it is a point-based credential. So we need to know what those hours are. Easiest thing to do is as you're verifying the employment, if possible, please go ahead and enter those hours into the record. That automatically feeds into the application. And all we do is verify that your hours are accurate in the system.
Thank you, Brenda. And I just sent the link for a how-to guide for adding experience hours into for staff at a program. Okay, I just wanted to hop back on while I still had you all, but that is what I had to share. Thank you.
Great, and I will make sure to add this to the agenda as well, just so it's in a easily accessible place. Okie dokie. So we're a little bit early. Any other last minute comments, questions? I know we covered a ton of stuff today. I know real quick, we have a question. Does the letter need to state the ages cared for? Yes, it does. Any other questions or comments or anything like that? Alrighty, well, I know we all have a lot going on, a lot of busy stuff. Michelle asked Elaine, is there a format you are looking for? I believe there are a few sample letters. That you
Charlie,
can
we're going to
write.
try and add a template, a format to the system. I'll see if I can get that going, just so it's easier for people to see that in letter format. The knowledge article is there, tells you what you need in your letter, but we'll see if we can get a template going as well for you.
Perfect. All right. Any other final questions or comments? Well, great to see everyone. Happy end of March. And yeah, I can't believe April starts on Monday. Pretty wild. I hope everyone has a fantastic weekend and look forward to seeing you all soon. And happy Easter from Stacy to all who celebrate. Yeah, have a really wonderful weekend, guys. Thank you.